Court's now in session. Be seated, please.
All right, guys. Good morning. Hello, hello. I hope you guys can hear me. Hope you guys had a wonderful and very restful weekend. There is some movement in the courtroom. Lindsay Clancy's there, her attorney's there, and I think they're ready to start their opening statements. Let me just switch over to the other camera. Oh gosh, I think my camera's like lopsided. How are you guys all doing today? All right, let's get this over. And I think someone actually turned off my camera. Good morning. How is everyone? Oh my gosh. I need to fix the lighting on that. Okay. Second. All right, you guys can hear me. That's good. Alrighty, y'all. I mean, I was going to give a recap of this case, but we're jumping into opening statements. The attorneys will do it. And if there's anything that I think they missed that might be important, maybe I'll, bring it up. But I feel like they'll probably cover everything. There's not really a lot in this case because it's kind of, a lot of the stuff is sealed, I would feel like. The reason why we have some information about this is because there is a civil lawsuit that's happening right now. And in the civil lawsuits, there are some allegations made against healthcare providers. There's a lawsuit that Lindsay filed. There's a lawsuit that her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, who was the father of the children, also filed. So we have some information there. And then we do have some information from what the media outlets were able to get from the police department. So let's get started. Hello, hello. Let me just fix the screen right here and alrighty. I'll probably have to boost up the audio.
All right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hockenfield.
All right, counsel, good morning. Good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
Go straight into sidebar. Okay, well, let's see. See if they're still in sidebar. Oh, we're caught up. Okay, they're still in sidebar right now. So it seems like the court started late because there's some technology stuff happening. Yeah. I'm trying to feel. Okay, I think that's better. Well, I guess I can give you guys a sort of a mini recap. So the trial's going to be very sad. I mean, all trials are sad because there's generally, a victim that's involved. But in this case, typically when the victims involve young children, I think that hits home for a lot of people, especially people who, might have children yourselves, or planning to have children, have siblings. And so this is a case about a mom who's accused of murdering her 3 very young children. Her kids range from, I think it was like 8 months to about 4 to 5 years. She had 3 children. But the reason why this case, I think, has really caught a lot of attention, especially in the past week or two, they were doing jury selection, is because people think that she might have a solid case. People are a little confused why the state have decided to charge her. Now, typically when we hear cases about, people claiming the insanity defense, a lot of us think it's kind of bullshit, right? A lot of us are like, oh, they're just doing that because that's like their last resort. They know they commit the crime. There's evidence against them that they commit the crime. However, their only latest defense is that, oh, well, like I didn't know what I was doing at the time. So the reason why this case is like, it's pretty interesting to me is because Lindsay Clancy, yes, she's accused of murdering her children. She's claiming that she had, postpartum depression. And I think they're specifically claiming that she had postpartum psychosis. And apparently that's something that's super, super rare. If I remember correctly, it affects like 1 in thousands of women. who goes through the pregnancy, and you might have postpartum depression, but postpartum psychosis is like when you're just out of it, to simply put it. But what's interesting about this is that, when we look at the civil lawsuits that she filed, that her ex-husband Patrick filed, they say that Lindsay tried to get help. She tried to reach out to different psychiatrists. She tried to even go to the ER. She tried to even put herself in some sort of like a psychiatric hold because she just felt like there was just something wrong with her. But, there's always two sides to every story, right? So when you're looking at the civil lawsuit, you can kind of say whatever you want, but then will it actually go to trial, or is there actually evidence to back it up? So that'll be very interesting because there's a lot of, we do see Lindsay trying to get help over and over again during the short time span of the months leading up to the murders of her children. I think it was about maybe 6 months before. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the state has. But yes, the issues, the defense's case is a clear planning, knowing the right from wrong at the time, hence why she sent her husband out of the house. Yeah, there's a lot of but. It's a lot of, that's why this case is very interesting. So, like I said, 6 months leading up to it, she was trying to, seems like she was trying to get help. But, people say that oh, well, was she just shopping for, the correct diagnosis? Was she shopping around to get a certain type of medication? There's also the day of the murders where Lindsay, she seemed like she was getting better. Even her husband at the time, Patrick, said that, Lindsay said she was fine, that she slept well. And before she murdered the children, she searched to see how, far away, or, she Googled mapped the restaurant that she was ordering takeout from. She sends her husband out to pick up the takeout and pick up medication from CVS. The husband's at CVS. He gives her a call and he's like, hey, is this the right medication? And she responds. However, he does tell law enforcement in one of the police reports that it seems like she was in the middle of something. So he goes and, picks up the medication from CVS. He goes to the restaurant, picks up the takeout order, and CVS was about I don't know, I think maybe it wasn't too far away. It was 9 minutes away. The takeout place is another a few minutes after that. And he comes back maybe, when he's done less than, I don't know, was he out for maybe 30, 40 minutes? It was actually pretty quick. It wasn't too bad. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was less than 30 minutes. And so he comes back and he notices that the house it's very quiet. Pretty unusual because you have a house where, you got the mother, you have 3 very young children. And he goes upstairs. He realizes that the door is locked. He's able to get through the door and the children aren't there. Lindsay isn't there. But if I remember correctly, I think he might have noticed there was some blood and the window. So he goes out the window and he sees that Lindsay had jumped off from the window. And it's a 2-story house. One can say that oh, she wasn't in her right mind. She thought this is something that she could have done to, unalive herself. And then people could say that oh, well, it's only a 2-story window. Do you really think you could really unalive yourself when you're jumping from that far? I know there's just so many. It's so different when it comes to when you're looking at a case, when you're looking at if someone did it or not. I think that's sometimes a little more clearer. But when you're looking at a case and trying to figure out whether or not someone is in the right mind, there's just so many what ifs. And that's why I think this case is going to be really hard. So we'll see what evidence the state has. You believe it was 25 minutes? Yeah, so he notices that Lindsay's on. Oh, what's happening here? Give me a second. It's a little bit jittery. He notices that Lindsay's on the ground. He goes outside, calls for help. 911 comes in, but then he realizes that, where are the children? He goes into the basement, checks on them, and he finds his 3 children. They're blue. Some of the children probably weren't even alive during that time, and they were strangled. They still had exercise bands around their neck, and it was just really sad. Apparently, all that is captured in a 911 call, which I don't know if we're going to be able to listen to it. I think the judge, apparently Patrick Clancy wanted some things out of the you know, for the public to be able to hear. The public has been like the live stream. If you're in the courtroom, you could probably see and hear everything, I think. But I think the 911 call, the judge didn't say he was going to not allow us to hear it. So maybe that will come in. We'll see. So that's Lindsay right there. The injuries that she succumbed, just horrible damage to her spine. So she is paralyzed from, I think, maybe like the chest down, and she is in a wheelchair. Oh, are we doing another sidebar? I think we're doing another sidebar. Apparently, she does have, I think, 2 nurses that are attending to her to make sure that she's comfortable, to make sure that, you know, she can use the restroom, and things like that. So there's a lot about this case where people are like, hey, it looks like she planned it. It looks like she did it. It looks like she knew what she was doing. And then there are people like, well, it seems like she was trying to do everything she can to get help. And maybe she didn't know. If you swap the husband and the wife, well, with you know, this is a little bit different because she's saying that it's postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Men don't suffer from that. Hi, Addie. How are you doing today? I don't know if there's some sort of there might be some other things that men will suffer from, where it's like, you know, you see your wife suffering and you as like the bystander who's nearby, maybe like, you know, it's like some sort of like a secondary, some sort of like a secondary thing that you might be experiencing yourself. Happy Monday. Hello. How's it going? All right, we're doing some more sidebars. Let me go check on X to see if anyone else has anything, any updates or anything. Let's see. I'll show you some of the tweets that are happening right now. So this is what I copy and pasted earlier. Christina Rex says the courtroom was full. The amount of media was about tripled. Many national outlets are here today. There are also rows of members of the general public who have showed up to the courthouse. I don't think Nate is there. Or is Nate there? Maybe Nate is there. I'm not sure if he's actually there or if it's just like footage from his team. But here's a line of people waiting to get into the courtroom this morning. That was about an hour ago. Is there audio here? A little bit of audio. There's just not a lot about this case. I don't know. I have no idea. I have to wait for, you know, the evidence to come out. At first, I was just like, you know, because typically when you're looking at cases where the defendant pleads insanity, you're just like, oh, here's another like insanity case, right? We had that with Letitia. Letitia tried to say that she was hallucinating, that she was talking to Edward Cullen, and it looked like she was faking it. What are some other cases that we covered where they claimed insanity? Not a lot of cases, because usually those cases are like some very severe ones. Letitia's the one that comes in my mind. Lori? No, I think Lori was found competent. I hear some more movement there. Hidden True Crime is also there as well. Let's see what she has. She's inside of the outside the courtroom. I just think it's a very interesting case. We rarely have cases where, you know, where there's an insanity-ish plea and you're like, oh, maybe, you know, maybe it does hold. Kathy is there from Law and Crime. Here's a line to get into the courtroom. At least 20 media networks are present. I wonder how, I guess maybe it's like first come, first serve. You know, in the David preliminary hearing, apparently it wasn't first come, first serve. It was a lottery system where you would show up at 7:30 a.m. and then you put your name in. They have this like, I think they're rolling it around like a lottery drum or something, and then they pick your name out. And I think only 10 people from the public was able to get in. All right, maybe are we waiting for someone? What's going on here? My 3 girls are grown now. The younger 2 are less than a year apart. So if you know the stress, you know. But we all live and they're all successful women. We struggled, but wouldn't change a thing. You had a good support group, even though times your mother-in-law forgot they were my children. Yeah, I think that's a lot of times people struggle with that when they have their in-laws who are very involved in the children. Sometimes, you know, they tend to think they know more and they want to take over. Bob is also there. Bob Mata. Yeah, if you guys know anyone else that's there, let me know. And then I'll have their Twitter. Take a look at it. Hey, Rain, how's it going? Oh, really? Postpartum depression in men is actually pretty common. 1 in 10 new fathers. However, the symptoms are different. Anger, withdrawal, escaping house for a long time. I wasn't sure if it was called postpartum depression when it affects men. I haven't really looked into anything. I just made the assumption that maybe postpartum was something with like, you know, like the hormonal, all like the chemicals happening after, you know, you give birth. But that's why I was saying there's probably like some sort of like a mental aspect that men also experience, especially, you know, just like being around that. But, you know, what's cool about stuff like this is that you get to learn a lot. What's it called again? Oh, Defense Diaries. Okay. Hey! Hello from Denmark. I love to just go to Denmark sometimes. It's on my my list to visit, definitely, for countries. Also, we just got back from Vegas, so my sleep schedule is like very like thrown off right now. It was very tough waking up today. Like I woke up and I was like, oh man, should we do the live coverage? I don't see anything from Defense Diaries yet, but I'll have their tweet up just in case.
All right.
It sounds like temper tantrum, honestly. Yeah, well, it'll definitely be the battle of the experts. Very interested to hear what the experts can teach us. Now, they apparently have 18 people that they selected for potential jurors. 12 will serve, and then they'll have the other 6 are alternates. It's going to be a long trial. From what I've heard so far, I think...
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth.
Lindsay looks really intense as she was watching the jurors come in. You kind of like see her like exhaling.
Of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Sorry, guys, no closed captions. They're not available.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Oh, what's happening now? From what I saw so far, after they were doing the jury selection, the attorneys in this case are very, very spicy. I don't know how I feel about the prosecutor in this case. I don't know. She's just, maybe there's a lot of tension between the two sides and she's just a very fiery person. I mean, I'm assuming yes, but she was like, she was giving a performance of a lifetime a few days ago. I was like, oh my gosh. It was to the point where it felt super performative that the judge, I think, had to put a stop to it because he was just like, hey, I need everyone to just focus on the arguments. Okay, let's not get crazy. Let's not get hyperbolic here. Lindsay looks stressed. Yeah, she looks really stressed. All right. They put the mute button on right now. So it'll be interesting to see how this courtroom is run. You know, there's some courtrooms where it's like they're always on time. There's some courtrooms where it's like takes a little bit for them to figure some stuff out, but we'll see what happens. I wonder if they'll stick to their breaks. You know, they'll get back on time. restroom breaks and all that. It's interesting that symptoms of mental health issues and meds are considered temporary symptoms. That's a major problem in the USA.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand.
Madam Clerk.
Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR001, offense 003, charge of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so, and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged.
So basically, just because she's here, she's been charged, and we're having a trial, it doesn't mean that she's guilty. You guys have to listen to the evidence.
Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. the law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which he's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which he's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect lacks a substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you'll know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. So that as soon as I'm done.
So the state has to prove, they have the burden, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, 1, that she was the one who committed the crime, and then 2, that she was criminally responsible, meaning that she wasn't suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time. And then he mentioned something about that she was able to conform to the laws. I missed that part in my notes.
Giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth, and after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all, because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, we used to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios, and in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right, and then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions.
I doubt there are many people in their early to mid 30s. From what I've heard so far, I hear they're mostly people that are skew a bit older, maybe towards like retirement.
Really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial.
That's what I kept hearing about when people were reporting on jury selection.
Apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial, and as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right? That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right? So if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right? I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right? Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right? And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed, and that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, it just means I disagree with the objection, and the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right, so that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. And when I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right, in this courtroom, this is the sidebar, and so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that, but we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, if you have a bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't.
That's my worry. Like, oh, if I had to do jury selection, the chairs are really uncomfortable because my back is already kind of like messed up.
Don't discuss with any other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know, and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything, but as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right.
And apparently they're going to be sitting here for 4 to 6 weeks. That's a lot of information to intake and to not really be able to digest it in a way where you're like talking about with other people. Sometimes it helps to like, oh my gosh, like I'm like hearing something that's like really, horrific. And sometimes it helps for people to like vent it out to others. But this is like, it's tough. You're just taking all this information, can't talk to anyone about it.
Right. We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes.
Okay.
Right? And so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that I mean we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right? My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right? Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right? You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right? As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only.
Yeah, I think the judge, from what I've heard, they might be planning on going to the actual house where the murders happened. However, the house has been sold to someone else. And so obviously the owners of the house aren't very happy that, you're going to have a bunch of jurors coming into the house and looking at the layout and all that. But I think it could be helpful to actually see the layout of the house, to see the window where Lindsay jumped off of, to see maybe even the basement, just get like a lay of the land. But yeah, that'll be interesting. Oh, and also the 911 call. Nate said on Twitter that the judge is not going to allow for us to hear it, but they're going to play it in the courtroom. And then autopsy photos, that's kind of a given.
The only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be a little bit, we might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day.
Wait, sorry, he said break. What did he say? 1 to 2?
You'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be a little bit, we might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now,
2 to 3:30 to 4. Oh man, Massachusetts and they like to get out early. Oh, thank you so much, Taxi. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day, all right? And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give
I mean, breaking at 2 to 3:30, that's 2 is pretty, that's like 2 hours early.
you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right, something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right,
Oh, no court tomorrow.
as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions.
I love the judge giving the jury a prep talk, I'm like, oh, there's so much sympathy here. It's so hard. How am I going to do it without having sympathy?
We all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is this a spicy attorney? I think the spicy attorney is the one in the red.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th.
Sorry, quick question. Are you guys able to hear my alerts on Twitch? I have it muted on my end, but sometimes I think it goes through on stream. I hope it's muted though. Thanks, Joe.
always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays, so on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup, and so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialyte or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialyte. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she...
Wait, how do they know the specific timeline of that? Did I miss something?
And then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS.
Oh, in the middle of this. Okay. So we don't have specific timelines because Patrick does call her and he was like, hey, it seems like she was in the middle of something.
She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers.
Jeez.
She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, I need to find my kids. He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says he killed the kids. Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity.
So sad.
Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th.
So sad.
The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her.
Interesting.
Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect, is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you.
That's very interesting. I was really wondering how the state was going to paint her as and give the reason as to why she would want to do something like this, because it just really didn't make sense. So the state, I mean, I think they did a really good job at giving a really powerful opening statement. Straight to the point, no fluff really, and just kept it short. Now, what's interesting is that they're setting her up as someone who was, very meticulous about her schedule, extremely rigorous, and she like things done a certain way. You know, it has to be X, Y, and Z. And that I think the state saying that like, oh, when she had children, that kind of like messed up everything all got messed up, with children, things are a little bit more fluid. You can't really be as strict with your schedule as you want to, or like deal with things that you want to. And that the reason why she decided to do this is because no one else can take care of the kids the way that she does. So since she wasn't going to be there, the kids shouldn't be there as well. Very interesting. Hey, Mr. Zuni, thank you so much for joining. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate the support. How are you? All right, that was the state's opening statement, and I think now we're in the defense.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
All right, Mr. Reddington. I wonder if there's ever been an attorney that's like, no, I don't want to give an opening statement. I'm good. Oh, sorry. Someone asked a question earlier. I was going to respond, but it seems like someone else already responded to that. Yeah, I mean, because even though the child didn't die immediately at the crime scene, it was still her actions that caused it. And they're saying that she planned it, that there was intent of her murdering the children.
I might use the easel, man, be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens, but in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things.
How's the audio? I feel like it's a little bit low. I'm trying to boost it up as much as I can.
And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, then. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time. Your common sense, you bring your life experience to this trial, you render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew, when he brought this charge, that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses.
Very nice lady, by the way.
And people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID.
From what I've heard, he apparently is a really good defense attorney in Massachusetts. We'll see.
Not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family.
Sorry, there's like a high pitch frequency like feedback happening here. Hopefully it goes away later.
September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point to different aspects of a case that show consciousness of guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked her suicide. Faked her suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife...
Just a warning for some of you guys that might be a little bit... the defense attorney is going to show some graphic photos that involves blood and some of the injuries on Lindsay. Just giving you guys a warning in case you want to look away or just want to just like listen to the audio only. I'm actually surprised he's showing it.
Her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. Knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying "because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground.
Wait, why would the police say that? Did they find evidence of her like fingerprints or like maybe like sweat marks or something or blood marks of like trying to slide down the house? Oh, interesting.
Full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. In the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. and she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room with the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress.
So he's addressing the claim that I think the state is saying that, oh, well, Lindsay didn't say that she, heard these voices, I guess, telling her to do this until after Lindsay had met with this psychologist. I think I remember hearing about this in the news too.
I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She'd only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Well, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, She was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear, because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother. People that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids, will indicate what kind of a mother she was. As will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she...
Oh yeah, that was also the other thing that I thought was interesting as well. Lindsay was a nurse, specifically in labor and delivery.
...delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And so well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist.
I think we have a timeline right there. Every time Lindsay Clancy sought professional help.
That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment, October 20th of 22.
He's claiming that she was prescribed Zoloft for bipolar depression. She wasn't diagnosed with bipolar during this time. I believe she got the diagnosis after the murders happened, and she's giving medication for it right now, apparently. But they're trying to say that she had bipolar, and none of these mental health professionals, any of the doctors, the ER, none of them were able to identify that she had bipolar. And so they were giving her medication that apparently does not sit well with people that does have bipolar. But we'll see. Another interesting thing about his opening statement is that he's getting ahead of a lot of the arguments that I guess the state's going to make. Very interesting. So I am going to see how the way that he characterized it, if it's going to track with, the people's testimony.
Reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room.
Yeah, so it starts in September 2022. Also, someone, I think it was Rain, asked earlier if there was any history of mental illness or anything like that with Lindsay, like in Andrea Yates' case. Was it you, Rain, or was it someone else? The only thing that we heard so far from Lindsay, and we don't know because, again, the information that we have is very limited. All we've heard so far is that when she had her first two children, she did deal with anxiety and maybe some, I think, postpartum depression. But she was able to get into a routine, kind of get it out of there. She was able to, start working out again. And that really helped her get out of that and just try to normalize her life. But that's all that we've heard so far. And like I said, the information is very limited.
Because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feelings. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone, from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams, from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Jolada. Now, Nurse Jolada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Jolada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication.
That's good context to know.
She
That wasn't mentioned in the lawsuit. That's why I don't know, when you're reading the lawsuit, it's just like, oh wow, she's seeing like a lot of different people and getting a lot of different medication from everyone.
I was dealing with Jolada. They have an appointment with Nurse Jolada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Jolada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Jolada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Jolada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5, December 7th, diazepam, December 7th, quietapine, December 9th, diazepam 5, December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Jolada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Jolada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the...
Wait, but if she has bipolar disorder, wouldn't the quietapine, maybe the quietapine just didn't work for her then? Because it says here that quietapine is used to treat, it's an atypical antipsychotic medication, treats schizophrenia, bipolar, and major depressive disorder. What was Corey Richards taking quietapine for again? It was for something else, right? I forgot what it was. Or am I thinking of a different medication that was found in Eric's system?
December 19th, 21st, 22nd. Dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to the Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers, and they talk. and they look at her medication, and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication. Gelada never called them back.
I do wonder about that, because I did hear about that. When she was like hospitalized at that hospital for like 4 to 5 days, they tried to reach out to her original provider, or one of them, Nurse Gelada, and Nurse Gelada never called them back. So I wonder if it was some sort of, is it a miscommunication? Did Nurse Gelada forget? You know, she is human. Was she just being really careless? I'm curious about that. Maybe she never got the message. I don't know.
You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on the diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada.
So Tufts was the original person that had prescribed her medication back in, sorry, was it September? September, right? Yeah, back in September. So was working with Tufts. And then when Patrick's mom saw that Lindsay wasn't doing very well, and probably heard about it too, she was like, oh, hey, you know, I have someone that maybe can help you. And that was Julie Paul. And Julie Paul either retires or had a different job. The attorney doesn't know. And so then we have Nurse Gelada takes over. But during that time, so we have medication coming from Tufts, medication coming from Nurse Gelada. And then meanwhile, Lindsay is trying to, like, you know, self-hospitalize. Like, she's trying to admit herself to these hospitals. She has other healthcare providers working with her, giving her medication. I think a big question that a lot of us have is, or are they communicating with each other? Were they aware that she was also working with other providers, you know, getting other medications? Like, what are the information that they know about Lindsay? Did they just assume that Lindsay was only working with them, or, you know, what was happening here?
The last script is diazepam, 2 milligrams, January 23rd.
Oh, yes, I did look up diazepam, commonly known as Valium. It's a benzodiazepine used to treat anxiety, muscle spasm, and seizures. So probably something just to help kind of, like, you know, maybe just chill you out a little bit, relax you.
During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th to 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23. Appointment, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, "You want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate."
From my observation, I just looked it up really quick. From my observations, she's paraplegic. She's able to move her arms around, because quadriplegic is when you don't have, you can't like move your arms and stuff, right? You don't have control of your arms. She's able to write, and she's able to, like, wipe her tears and stuff like that. So paraplegic, I think.
They would have absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
All right, guys, that was the end of the opening statements. What are your thoughts? So I think the defense's opening statement did go longer than the state's. Typically, I'm so used to hearing the state go a lot longer than defense, but the state, they're kind of just like straight to the point. And the defense, they had some timeline that they really wanted to outline for the jury. And not only that, it seems like he was kind of getting ahead of some of the arguments that he thinks the state's going to make against Lindsay. So I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. And then I think we are going to see who our first witness is. Oh, they're on a break anyways right now. Okay, well, get up, guys. Stretch. What are your thoughts on the opening statement so far? Well, it seems like we have a recess for the next 20 minutes. That's great. I'll be right back. I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna walk my my dogs really quick and give them breakfast. So give me a bit. I hope you guys got a good stretch in. Now they also said they're gonna take their lunch break. Everything's all messed up because of the late start, so they're probably gonna do a lunch break maybe like an hour and a half from now, or an hour. That's what I'm guessing. All right, so you guys are asking some really good questions in the chat. Rain wants to know whether or not they were well off enough to afford a nanny or house help. I know they had family that were helping, but you know sometimes you just need someone there that's more consistently, especially helping make food, tidy up the house. It could be a lot of work to manage, especially 3 kids. That's a lot of work. I have friends that have 2 kids, and it's already kind of tough for them, you know. Oh, Shiro's here. Give me a second. And then what Alice says that they keep going back and forth to her being in labor and delivery. She had access to people that most people wouldn't. Right. Maybe, asking coworkers for help, maybe asking coworkers if they have any source of people that can help with like postpartum depression, psychosis. Yeah, very interesting indeed. Yeah, I definitely do feel like the defense attorney's opening statement was it kind of just felt like he was just like yelling at me. Um, but I think, he did a pretty good job at trying to outline how many different medical health professionals she was trying to seek, how she was trying to get help. Will it work in her favor? We'll see. We'll see what kind of evidence the state has against her. But the state basically painted her as someone that was manipulative, calculating, someone that, had severe control over her life. And when she had these children, things are very different for her. And at some point, she just didn't want to be a mother anymore. That she planned out to have her husband out of the house. And during the small time frame was when she decided to murder her children. So we'll see. Yes, her ex-husband Patrick, ex-husband now because they are divorced and he has remarried. I saw an article that he remarried to I think like a fertility doctor in New York. But Patrick is still supporting her. Her family's still supporting her. So it'll be very interesting to see, how this all pans out. Because, we have seen these like true crime docs where it's like, family stands behind the defendant. But then after the trial happens, maybe things change. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe the family will still stay firm supporting Lindsay Clancy. He said they struggled to pay their modest life. Yeah, that's what was mentioned. That they weren't living in a mansion. Oh, I was going to show you guys the house that they were living in. I have it on Zillow. So they weren't living in a mansion. They're struggling to make the payments. Pull up the Zillow really quick. Oh, it's also really bright in here. We're having a bit of a heat wave in Los Angeles right now. I hate it. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty, I want to show you guys the house. So I got the house address off the police reports, and it matches the description. Blue house, shingles, 2-story. It's currently occupied by new homeowners right now, so they are gonna be thrilled when the jury decides to come to. Well, not they decide, but the state attorneys will have the jury to come to visit the home. That's not set in stone yet, but I think that's what they're planning to. So here's the house right here. Main house attached to some sort of like a garage structure. Pretty cool. I'll make it bigger. Very cute looking house. Interior, it's all gray. Here's the kitchen area. I think that's like the entry. Yeah, that's like the entry room. I think that's the front door. We have a dining room right here. I mean, this is very cute. Living room area. Another photo of the living room area. Another angle of the living room area. One of the bathrooms. I don't know if this is the primary bedroom. Let's see. I don't think so. One bedroom. Another bedroom with a skylight on top. That's pretty cool. Here's another bedroom. Maybe that was the primary bedroom. Here's a bathroom. Here's a nice little, I guess like some sort of like a patio area you can sit outside. So that right there is the 2-story window that Lindsay jumped out of. I was curious to see if she landed on grass or if it was like concrete back there, because she suffered like severe injuries. Her spine was just completely fucked. But remember, that day she was building snowmen with her, with the kids. The ground would have been very hard, icy, I would assume. Not too sure how much foot of snow they got, or like how many centimeters, inches. So a nice big backyard right there. And yeah, it's a nice house. So I guess that is the primary bedroom. So I think this is the primary bedroom that they said Lindsay locked herself out of. And I think it was an opening, or I forgot whose opening statement it was, where they said that Lindsay had moved the bed so that she can jump out of the window. I think it was in the state's opening. Cute house. Yeah, I don't remember anyone calling it a mansion. Maybe, maybe like it's like the deep parts of like the Reddit or something like that. I don't know. But it seems like the defense attorney was addressing a lot of things. So maybe things that the state was saying and maybe the things that the public was saying. Possibly. Oh, you know what? I don't think, geez. Remember how they said there was a basement? They didn't show any pictures of the basement, I don't think. Maybe they don't want to. Yeah, I don't see any pictures of the basement. This is this is first floor, first floor, first floor. So no photos of the basement. And maybe that was a tactical thing. Maybe they didn't want to show pictures of the basement on the house listing. Unlike the Andrea case, I don't see how the defense can overcome premeditation, the fact that Lindsay appeared to be better weeks leading up to the murder. So was she faking it then or now? Oh, yeah. You also mentioned something about the preliminary stuff. I was not following this case back then, so I don't know anything that happened in the preliminary hearing. I was trying to do a bit of a catch up by reading some police reports and then going through the civil lawsuits that's happening right now. You live in a haunted house? Oh, you lived in a haunted house. I think we're about to live in a haunted house. There's a house that, we're moving to, and it kind of looks haunted. It's like a bloody red color on the exterior. Hey, Momo, how are you doing today? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the resub, 95 months. Thank you. Sorry, guys, I haven't been streaming lately, but I do appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of people compare this case to the Andrea Yates case. So for those of you guys who don't know about Andrea Yates, this was back in, was it like 2002, 2003? It's a long time ago. Oh, you know what? I think it was back in 2001 because I think it happened right before 9/11, right? Now, Andrea Yates, initially, she was convicted of murdering her 5 children. Unfortunately, those children, each one by one, were all drowned. And, similar to strangling, drowning and strangling, it takes time for that to happen. It's a very personal thing. It's you're very involved. It's not like, you poison them and you walk into another room and they succumb to, being poisoned. Or it's not like, you like shoot them really quick or stab them. I'm sorry, it sounds really graphic, but when you're strangling someone or when you're drowning someone, it's a very personal thing to do. You're holding them down longer, and yeah, it's really sad. But with Andrea, she was convicted of murdering 5 children. However, they were able to overturn that conviction because it had something to do with a law and crime episode. I don't know. I was watching this video while I was falling asleep too, so I didn't really super double fact check it. But apparently there was like a law of crime episode that one of the experts for the state cited, and that episode didn't exist. I don't know. It sounds kind of bonkers, but she had her conviction overturned, and when she had her trial the second time, apparently the jurors this time skewed more, older, more mature. So I guess like, it's been many, many years since they had children, possibly. But I would assume, you could still have grandchildren, right? Maybe some of them didn't have grandchildren. I don't know. But they skewed older. And then at that point, they were able to find that Andrea was not guilty by reason of insanity. And so the interesting about Andrea Gates is that I think she is apparently allowed to be out, but she doesn't want to come out to the outside world. She's the one who is, deciding to to stay in I don't know where she's at right now, but she doesn't want to come out to the outside world. So people keep comparing this case with Andrea Yates, in case you guys are wondering who Andrea Yates is, but we'll see if they're similar. I think with Andrea Yates, there were like signs of her being like severely mentally ill. And I don't know how far back that goes, like whether or not it was before she had children or if it happened, while she had children. I just don't know how extensive that is. But I know with this case, we have 4 months of Lindsay trying to get help and trying to, apparently trying to get help and getting medication and stuff. You never believe in ghosts or spirits. I don't really either, but sometimes it's fun to believe in it. But when I was a kid, I I thought they were real. But now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, I don't think they're real, which is kind of sad. The family that moved in Chris Watts' house found it completely normal, even though there are rumors of it being haunted. Well, we would hope that the spirits of the children and the wife are somewhere else, not lingering behind some old dusty house. It takes a lot of hate and anger to drown or strangle someone. That too. Or if you're just out of it, I don't know. Maybe you're just, it could be completely delusional and you're just not really thinking. But yeah, I don't know. To kill your children, and not just one child, you have to do it either times 3 or in Andrea Yates's case, times 5. Like, yeah, it's gonna be hard for the jury to digest that, but we'll see. So again, the judge did say earlier, so they were supposed to be back by now, but I don't know what happened. The judge did say earlier that, well, the Commonwealth has to prove that, one, she did it, so they're going to focus on that. And then additionally, they have to prove that she's criminally responsible. So they have to show that she doesn't have any mental disease or defect, and also that she had the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform the requirements of the law. I went back and was able to copy what the judge said. But you know what? Let's check some of the tweets actually. Oh, what happened? Huh? Oh, this is a different feed. Okay, well that feed died. I don't know what happened to that feed. Let's see what's going on in the courthouse. So I guess Nate is there. Which is nice. I like having the reportings of Nate. Let's see. Nothing yet. See what she says here. I wish on Twitter when you're following like a what do you call it, a feed or something, I wish it like auto updates. All right. Female juror, mid-40s, has left the courtroom. Parties continue with their sidebar. Oh, I wonder if there was like issues with the juror. Oh, the jury arrived. Okay. All right. Let's go to Nate, I guess. See what he says. Court is in recess for 20 minutes. This courtroom is running a bit late. Oh, am I not following East Idaho News? Let me follow. All right. Packed courtroom. That's the line right there. So I mentioned this earlier, but we'll mention it again.
Court succession, please proceed.
Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge did rule that autopsy photos and the 911 call, we on the live stream won't be able to see them or hear the 911 call. I mean, autopsy photos already a given. 911 call, I wasn't actually sure because I think after the trial is over, you can make a public records request and request for it. We'll see. Now, there was a rumor that, well, was it really a rumor? I felt like in the last hearing, or sorry, the last court that they had, they talked about, I think this was Patrick not wanting certain things. So, 911 call, the autopsy photos, pictures of the children before they were murdered, the clothing of the children that they wore when they were murdered, and some other stuff. I think his attorney mentioned that he was going to be the first witness for the Commonwealth. So we might get to hear from Patrick right away.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
It is Patrick Clancy. Okay. So Patrick is no longer married to Lindsay, but he does support her. They are both filing their own separate lawsuits against the healthcare providers that treated Lindsay. And then additionally, Patrick, I think it was days after the children were murdered on the GoFundMe, he did ask the public to forgive Lindsay. All right, witness number one. Man, poor Patrick. This is
Good morning, sir.
tough.
Right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before and adjourn the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right. Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
I think that was that the defense attorney saying that's not necessary? I think he was trying to say that.
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
Fairly new, right?
A
Few years.
3 years, maybe.
Yeah, 3 years.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay.
Jeez, it's 2 weeks.
When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem,
Per diem.
and then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work, until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Okay, so we're learning that they had a nanny to help, so that Lindsay can sleep. Sometimes she worked overnight. Sometimes she worked, overnights, maybe 12-hour shifts. And I think she initially started one shift and then to 20 hours.
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in a,
Legs first?
I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
I wonder if we can sit through the rest of trial.
If I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10.
Camera's zooming in on
and then just
Lindsay
go
right
back when
now.
you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
18 weeks.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby, maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
It's a good
What was the
clarification.
plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was?
It's good for him to clarify, because some people could also be like, oh, why doesn't she want to go back to work? Just doesn't feel like working. But there's a lot that's happening during that time, right? And when you're spending time with your children who are just born, or your child that was just born, and then you have to go back to work, it's like a lot of things you have to worry about. The transition must be really tough.
Was born.
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay.
I think in the lawsuits they mentioned that she was going through like manic episodes where she would have like an all of a sudden urge to like, you know, like for example, declutter the garage, and then get into like different hobbies. So they're trying to go back into history and say that like, hey, you know, no, she had signs of like certain things, but at that time we didn't know what it was. Or at the time, you know, it wasn't anything to worry about.
And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, you know, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. You know, there were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work in late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch, or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Oh no, I think the court TV filter just turned on. This feed looks dark all of a sudden. Or maybe Law and Crime decides to turn on their own filter. I like it more muted, not too like crazy.
And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So.
Hey, Kathy.
So if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. She never went back to work.
Wow, Norway, 86 weeks maternity leave. Yeah. I think people should definitely get more. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a struggle.
But I think we wanted to get her just oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver. But eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Did she also, Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she's amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So
I think what the jury is going to really pay attention to is whether or not there was some sort of resentment that Lindsay had towards Patrick. Because now the jury has learned that he worked in the basement. That was where his office was. And where were the children found strangled? In the basement, in the office. So they're going to pay attention. Was there resentment? Did she hate that he got to work from home while she had to go back to work? Or maybe their marriage was fine and there's no issues at all between the two of them.
you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes,
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
Hey, Dr. Patrice.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay?
Oh, they were able to bring Callan. Weddings that I've attended, they usually have like a no children policy. It's like, don't bring your kids, leave them at home. We don't want to have to worry about, them running around or providing food and all that stuff. So that's actually really nice that they were able to bring Callan. Makes it easier for the parents.
About medication.
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think.
Oh, Zoloft. Was that the one that Dr. Tuff initially prescribed to her, right? That was like the first one.
think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually you just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Interesting. So that could feed into the state's theory that Lindsay sought out certain types of medication and she was trying to get it from certain providers. Maybe.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and
So Zoloft is a SSRI. Oh, it's an SSRI. Interesting. Helps treating major depression, OCD, and panic disorder.
just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that kind of changes things. I'm glad that the state clarified that, because I think before I was like, oh, maybe it does make her look a little bit bad, that she had this medication that she wanted to take. And then when she went to go meet with Dr. Tufts, she got that medication, right? It showed that maybe the state was saying that she was shopping for, medication and that she ended up getting it. But now it's like, oh, well, she already had the prescription for the medication. But when she talked to her husband, it's possible that maybe she was ashamed. Maybe she didn't want to tell her husband that, like, hey, I got this prescription for this antidepressant. And then maybe later on she was just like, oh, I should probably tell him. So let me just act like, that I'm going to work on getting one. I don't know. It could be a lot of different things. Okay.
And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
So you're going to hear about, per the lawsuit, you're going to hear a lot about how Lindsay struggled with sleeping. Like, she was unable to sleep for hours. She was unable to sleep for like 2 days at a time. And when I initially heard about this case, I was like, ooh, like having lack of sleep can really fuck with your mind. Like sometimes you can hallucinate things, it's crazy. But then you'll hear Lindsay, how she was the day before or the night before she murdered her kids. So I think initially when I heard this, I was like, oh yeah, like if you're sleep deprived, it could really fuck you up.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22.
Okay, so refreshing his memory right now.
Okay.
What's
yeah,
the state
apparently
attorney's
she did.
name?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Oops, sorry, let me go back a little bit.
If Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period?
Now, just going back a little bit, again, the state is saying that Lindsay is manipulative. So they're trying to show the jurors that Lindsay may have told Patrick that she was having trouble sleeping and all that stuff. However, did he observe it himself? Or was he just going off the words of his wife?
Period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep.
Also, how did they know that she only took 7 pills? I guess they have the prescription bottle still, and then they saw how much was dispensed to her, and then was like, oh, well, there's only 7 missing? That's what I'm assuming. I guess we'll see it in evidence.
Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that?
I don't know. The statement was Lindsay said that you're supposed to double the dose. I don't know if Dr. Tufts told her that or if Lindsay just told Patrick that. I don't know. I feel like it's still not clear unless I missed it, but it seems like you're confused too. So maybe they didn't, maybe they didn't clarify it. But the state is trying to say that, oh, she got Zoloft and apparently she had trouble sleeping. But it seems like she was given to it in September. She may have taken it like a couple of weeks after that, but she had trouble sleeping in December. I mean, during that time, only 7 pills were taken. So we're starting to see some clarifications here by the state.
For that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that?
Sorry, Cheryl's butt is moving the camera right now. All right, so some of these names are very familiar to me because they're listed in the lawsuit.
She had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those
So that's how they were able to guess that she took 7 pills because they probably got the prescription from Hattrick and they're like, oh, there's only 7 pills missing. She didn't take that many.
center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it.
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Can we not see the exhibit?
Thank you.
I want to see the exhibit.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see.
That looks like a lot of different pills. The jury might be like, oh, she's taking a lot of different medications. But
30 pills.
looks like the state is saying that
Okay,
she wasn't really taking them.
I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But
what
the question
happened.
was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, a prescription filled on October 26, 2022, for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag,
Much about
What was it,
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that?
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle, so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
Well, it's possible that there was pills prescribed to her and she finished it, I guess, and that's why she doesn't have the bottles anymore. I think the argument can go either way, right? I guess the defense, what they can do is they can pull up her entire history of all the prescriptions that was prescribed to her. And then these are the ones that the state didn't have. And it's probably because she took them all, right? I think they can make that argument. Oh, I know trazodone because that was what we were giving Remy when he got his little balls chopped off, and then there was complication. Had to give him lots of trazodone.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
Oh, we didn't hear about that.
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And
I guess, how does the state know that? Maybe they have lab results back? Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Yeah, melatonin does nothing for me. Oh, no.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, Exhibit 3.
Yeah, Momo, the question that a lot of people have is, did the healthcare providers, they know about each other? Were they being told that she was seeking other care, that she was taking other meds? You know, lots of questions.
And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
You know, or maybe she was on top of it. And maybe she was sharing all the information that she knew.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
Right, that may be marked.
You can drink an energy drink and still fall asleep. Then maybe the energy drink doesn't work on you?
Been marked
No point in taking it?
Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
Oh, let me save that picture, actually. Sorry. Brain is moving very, very slow. It's been a while since we've done trial coverage, and also I'm super tired.
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
Oh, he remembers that. December 3rd, very specific. Is she going to show him maybe one of his depots that he gave? Maybe it was different.
Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also,
Did they not have the metadata for that photo? I don't know. It just seems like the state's like, oh, okay. I guess we're wrong. I don't know.
on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all five. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Oh my God, so sad. They look so happy.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
So the state is trying to show that, hey, Lindsay seemed fine. She was going to Thanksgiving. She was taking photos. They were doing family activities, that they went to go get Christmas trees. They took photos. And, you know, I do think that the jurors probably sensed pushback from Patrick, you know, by saying that, yeah, I mean, she did do these things, but she was very depressed. Or, yeah, she was able to eat and socialize, but it was very little, you know. We weren't able to celebrate the anniversary because she wasn't feeling well.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that...
Oh, you know what? I think in the lawsuit, they said that, I think in Lindsay's lawsuit, she said that when she took Seroquel, she lost like 40 pounds, but it was in a span of 2 days. And I was like, 40 pounds in 2 days? Is that possible? That's a lot of weight to be losing in 2 days.
that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
So the state is saying that it's not the medications, it's just, I don't know. I mean, you can also make an argument as a defense saying that, like, yeah, she felt terrible before the medications because, well, the medication wasn't helping her anyways. She was already having mental health issues. She was already suffering from postpartum depression. Like, I don't know. Like, see, I can see the argument going both ways, right? I know the state is trying to say that, like, oh, no, Lindsay had already had these issues before she started these medications. It's not the medication's fault. She already had this planned out from maybe the get-go. You know, she already had thoughts that she didn't want to live anymore. And this was months of this leading up to the murders.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just tried to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. It's like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Is it disturbing to you?
Do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out. Whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelato.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelato was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Who's appointment?
2022. Is that correct? Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelato was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island?
I mean, in hindsight, it's like, what the fuck were you thinking, Patrick? But in the moment, you know, people have intrusive thoughts. And he said it was really confusing that she would be fine with the kids, she would be taking care of them, but then she would be like, oh, hey, I have these intrusive thoughts. I do think they're disturbing and I don't plan on acting on them, but they do come up in my mind. So I think, like, you know, he's trying to figure out, okay, like, what's going on with my wife? It looks like she's fine, and looks like she acknowledges that these thoughts are disturbing and that she doesn't plan on acting on them. So to him, you know, he probably doesn't want to go full gung-ho and just like have her fully committed, right? He's probably just like, okay, like, you know, maybe he researched online, was like, hey, these things happen to women, but they mostly don't act upon it. But of course, now in hindsight, he's probably like kicking himself and thinking that, like, oh, why didn't I do something? I should have done this, I should have done that. But in the moment, I don't know. I think it could be very hard, especially with someone that you think you know, that's someone that you married, someone that you've already had 2 other kids with, right? It's tough.
To attempt to get into their postpartum program.
She was
Now,
already.
if he had walked in on her and she was like, you know, physically harming the kids, or she was doing some really weird shit, then yeah, that's a different story. But he said that, yeah, she was taking care of them. You know, we're doing family stuff together. She was making them food.
And she went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And
I mean, we'll see. You know, maybe the more we listen to his testimony, maybe he'll say some more things where I'm like, oh, you know what? Actually, hold on a second. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Like, it was obvious, right? Right now, I'm just like, it's tough. I think it's a tough spot for him to be in.
at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the...
So it's interesting. Even the doctors at this hospital was like, hey, this program's not right for you. We can send you home. So even these doctors thought that she wasn't in danger to herself or in danger to her kids. Now, were the doctors being negligent, or Did they have protocols that they followed that led them to have to believe that? Because I think the interesting thing is like, did all these people just fail her, or were they all on this, all had the same thought process because they truly didn't think that Lindsay was going to harm herself or the kids, or they didn't find her to be that mentally disturbed? Lots of
Kingsbury
questions.
Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct? She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe, with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
But the other big question is the why. So if she was doing it to get out of work, there's no reason, because it seems like she was already a stay-at-home mom at this point, right? It's like, why would she be doing this? Why would she want to have herself committed? Just what, for funsies? What for? Right? You would think that like, oh, someone would want to have themselves committed because they were seriously struggling with something in their lives and they wanted to have it solved.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
She was taking what?
No.
Selfies? What kind of selfies?
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
I mean, what kind of selfies are we talking about? Like, selfies have such a bad rap. But
Are you asking me?
I
see
don't
that.
know. I don't know if I really, because I mean, I guess it's considered a selfie, but technically selfies, kind of has a negative connotation. You're thinking of like, oh, she's taking selfies of like me at the hospital. Yay, cheers. It kind of looks like she's taking photos of herself, and maybe she's planning on sending it to fam like, hey, I'm at the hospital right now. We'll see.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Okay, like,
Are you asking me?
I'm not trying to say that maybe the state was trying to, throw in a negative connotation about selfies, but that's the thought that I had coming in my head. Like, oh, she's taking selfies. Oh, what kind of selfies are these?
Taking a selfie at the hospital. Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
I could look like that too, maybe. Grab for attention. I don't know. For me, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt until we have way more evidence that just shows that like, oh, okay, this person was a piece of shit and they were just wanted attention and they didn't want to have their kids anymore. So they wanted to end their lives and their kids' lives. And they were very resentful, But these photos was like, okay, yeah, she's taking pictures of herself in the hospital. I don't know. We'll see. If she was posting on social media about it and, like there are some people that are attention seekers and they want the public, they want the sympathies of their neighbors or friends, families. That might be evident later on in trial, but we don't know yet. We'll see. All right. Selfies, hospital. We will see. So far, these pictures
As a result of going to Mass
don't seem terrible.
General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Yeah, because I was like, there's no way you were there. You arrive on Saturday. You don't see a doctor until Tuesday. Like I get it. People like their holidays and stuff like that. But, if anyone works in healthcare, you work on holidays sometimes, right? Sometimes you work 12-hour shifts. Sometimes you work shifts longer than that, 15-hour shifts. They don't just do a pause just because people are on holiday. She had to see some doctor.
You aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was
Why was he not getting any updates,
the
though?
3rd day that she was there?
Sorry.
That she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
It's in the lawsuit. So what's interesting is when you're reading the lawsuit, it makes it seem like Lindsay was transferred to this hospital that was like apparently like one of the top tier hospitals, I think maybe in America or something. I don't know, that's what it said. And that Lindsay, all she got to do was just color. They didn't really treat her. They didn't do anything. She just sat there, she colored, that's it. She felt like she wasn't getting any help. And so I think 4 or 5 days in, she's like, well, I want to be there for my daughter's birthday, so can you please discharge me? But now we're hearing from the state, they're like, oh no, Lindsay did see a doctor for the first 2 days and someone else on the 3rd day. And then she was seeing a bunch of other different specialists. Like there's a therapist, there's mental health workers. She was in group therapy. She declined some stuff. She was, doing treatment. So we're getting more information.
Discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th.
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there
It was in the lawsuit. Lindsay's lawsuit. I thought it was in his lawsuit too. I'm not too sure.
any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Oh, but maybe Lindsay. So like maybe the state is anticipating that the defense might say, well, Lindsay wanted to be discharged because she was afraid of, insurance not covering for these payments. And maybe they're already like struggling with money. They're like, having some debt. And that's why Lindsay wanted to self-discharge.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
So that helps the state.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. We're going to close the notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me.
Oh, it's good for him to have a break. Like, I think an hour lunch break for him. Because it's only going to get more tough from here on out. Doctor's appointments on weekends? Depends on your doctor. If it's like a primary care physician, some doctors might just be open Monday to Fridays. Some are like Monday to Saturdays. But then sometimes you have offices that are, open 7 days a week. There's different providers.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. So they are going to have 1 hour lunch break, 2 o'clock. What time is it over there right now? They're 2 hours ahead of us, right? No, they're in East Coast time. It's 1 o'clock right now. Massachusetts. I always get confused what time zone Massachusetts is in. I'm like, East Coast time. I don't know why. Sometimes I think it's central, but it's definitely East Coast. Alrighty, guys. So far, we're in day 1 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We've heard from the state. We've heard from the defense in opening statements. And then we're on our first witness right now, Patrick Clancy. So for the longest time, people didn't know. Oh, that's my new image there. For the longest time, people did not know whether or not they were still together and married, because when they would talk about Patrick, they would call him her husband. However, it was revealed recently by Patrick's attorney in one of the court hearings that Patrick is no longer married to Lindsay and that he's actually remarried. But still a lot of trauma there that he has to deal with losing his 3 children and, dealing with his ex-wife being the one that killed them. Now, in the opening statements, the state, they were pretty quick, I feel like they just focused on the facts. They didn't linger too long. They weren't being hyperbolic, which I was a little bit worried about that because the hearing that happened last week, one of the state attorneys, like, she was very fiery. She was very passionate, and she was really giving a performance of a lifetime. And the judge had to kind of like pause her a little bit because I think he was seeing there's too much theatrics in her arguments. But I understand, you're prosecuting a woman that murdered 3 children. It's hard to not be passionate, but sometimes, you can just temper down on the theatrics a bit. Now, like I mentioned, the state was really focusing on Lindsay, that she was a very capable person, that she was very rigorous in her routines, that she was the type of person who would ensure that sleep was, on a schedule to the very minute. I think that's what they said. And that she, had like these like rituals that she would do where she would stick to schedules. She was very like maybe like OCD-ish. And that when she had children, things had to change, because when you're having children, it's hard to just stay on a set schedule. I know because I have friends who are having children right now, and you might have a plan for something, but it doesn't always go that way because having children, it's dynamic, right? Things change all the time. Sometimes you have to work things on the fly. It's not always easy for someone who, if they have a lot of control issues, to stick to, this is going to happen this time. This is going to be done this way. Or like, the house is always going to be tidy. It's just a lot that's happening. So the state was really hammering in that Lindsay was the type of person who had a very structured life. She was an overachiever. She did really well in school. She was in, they'd say she was like in gymnastics or something like that, and that she was a cheerleader. We found out later on in Patrick's testimony that Lindsay was a cheerleader, but Lindsay was a very active person. Now, when she had children, things changed. Now, there was no documented history of mental illness, not that's been mentioned so far, but Patrick does mention that when Lindsay had, their first 2 children, there was anxiety. She was fine when giving birth. There was a lot of physical trauma to her body, lots of issues, but for the most part, they were fine. They were learning how to be new parents with the first child. They're learning to be parents to 2 children when the second child was born. But there was always that looming anxiety that she would have when she would have to return back to work. Now, some people were thinking like, oh, does she not want to go back to work? Maybe she doesn't want to work. Maybe she's doing because she doesn't want to go back to work and start, being a nurse again. What's interesting is that the jury does find out that Lindsay was a nurse in labor and delivery. It was mentioned in the chat, I think by Alice, that like, oh, if you have coworkers or if you work in labor and delivery, then you might have access to resources, right? You might know like who to get referrals from or like how to get help and stuff like that. But anyways, the anxiety mostly happened when she had to go back to work and when they had their third child a few years after that. Again, things were fine. And this time it was physically less traumatic. However, going back to work was really tough for Lindsay. Patrick did mention that she had these like some sort of attachment to the kids, like it wasn't like she didn't want to go to work because she was being lazy, but it was because she wanted to be there for her children, right? She wanted to be attached to them. But the state was saying that, Lindsay was really controlling and Lindsay was really manipulative. And what they're alluding to was that Lindsay was also manipulative to her husband and maybe to her family, maybe to her friends, and maybe lied to them. I don't know. But we were all wondering, what would be the motive? Why would she want to murder her children? And why would she also want to end her own life? Well, the argument that the state made was Lindsay felt like no one else can take care of the kids the way that she does. And she didn't want to live anymore. So if Lindsay wasn't going to live anymore, then she's going to have to end the children's lives because who else is going to take care of them as best as Lindsay? So we'll see. We'll see if that, if that argument holds up. There are all the witnesses that are going to put on the trial and all the evidence that they're going to show. But we'll see about that. Now, going to the defense, a lot of you guys did not like the defense's opening statement. You guys felt like it was kind of like all over the place, like he was kind of like shouting at us. But I think what really hammered down to the jurors was that Lindsay was on a lot of different medication. She was seeking help from many different healthcare providers. She was seeing a psychologist. I don't remember Tufts. Is she a psychologist, psychiatrist? I think she's a psychiatrist because you dispense medicine, right? Is that how you remember it? She went to go see, Dr. Tufts. And yes, she did have another healthcare provider that was helping her, but it wasn't because Lindsay was seeking. It was because Patrick's mom was like, hey, I'm a nurse too, and I have someone that works in perinatal. Maybe they can help you. And so it was like a referral. And the reason why, initially she was seeing one nurse, and then I think it was like Julie Paul, but then like a different nurse took over is because, well, that nurse went to a different job. So it wasn't like she was hopping around to different healthcare providers trying to get different medications. He was also addressing some things about, let me see what else I have in my notes. Because I felt like there's a lot of things that he said was him trying to get ahead of some of the state's arguments, I think. Because he did give us a lot of new information. Let's see. Oh, and he also mentioned that, she got Zoloft. She was prescribed Zoloft. But if you have bipolar, well, Zoloft is not good for you if you have if you've got bipolar disorder. Let's see. What else was there? I took a lot of notes with the state's opening. The defense. Oh, and then, so the jurors haven't heard anything about this, but I have because, I've been reading some of the news stuff and following some of the coverages. But there was an accusation that Lindsay didn't mention hearing about this voice. It wasn't until she met with her defense attorney. It wasn't until she met with Paul Zeisel, which is, I don't remember if he's a psychiatrist. I'm not too sure. I don't remember. But it wasn't until she met with these people and then she was like, all of a sudden, like, oh, wait, I was hearing voices. So he was definitely very passionate about defending that like, hey, Lindsay met with someone who, has these, these accolades. And it wasn't like we were throwing these ideas in her minds. She had already mentioned this to a woman that works in the hospital. So I'm assuming the defense is going to call someone that works in the hospital. And then what else was there? Google searches that he was addressing. I mean, a lot of stuff that he was addressing, like I said, like the state hadn't mentioned yet in their opening statements, but he's probably, I don't know, maybe he's updated with everything that's arguing, all the arguments that are happening on the internet, maybe. But we'll see. We will see. So we're in the middle of Patrick Clancy's testimony right now. Again, he's the father of the 3 children. He found them in the basement. He was the one that made the initial 911 call when he found Lindsay. When she had initially just jumped off the window. But I think the state's going to really hammer in that Lindsay really made sure that Patrick was outside of the house so she can commit these murders, because she know that he'll be there. He would have been there to stop her, and she knows it's wrong. I think those are the arguments that they're going to make. So we will see. But so far right now, what stands out in Patrick Clancy's testimony, with the state hammering in that, like, hey, Lindsay wasn't on these, like, these psychotic meds before, right? Prior to her marriage. Oh, she wasn't? Oh, okay. Was she on any like psych meds like before she had, Cora? Oh, no, she wasn't. Okay. Oh, just a lot of anxiety. Gotcha. Okay. So and additionally, she had a nanny to help her with, some of the housework. The nanny cooked, the nanny cleaned, the nanny helped, with the children and all that stuff. But it seems like there's just something with Lindsay not wanting to go back to work again. And then what else? Oh, that Lindsay and having trouble sleeping. It seems like the state is really hammering in that, oh, well, Patrick, did you actually see her having, issues with sleeping? He's like, no. And then the state's like, oh, it's because like she told you, right? You're relying on what she's telling you. And he's like, yeah. So, I mean, if Patrick is sleeping in the middle of the night and he has no issues, then I could see why he didn't really see Lindsay, being awake in the middle of the night, maybe. But I think the state is just alleging that Lindsay's lying about all these things. All right. I guess we'll go on our little mini lunch break. We will be back in 45 minutes. Although so far the court has already been late twice, but the first time it seems like they're having like some technological issues. The second one, I don't know why they were late for the second one. We'll have to see. But I do want to see, I guess when we come back, we'll be back in 45 minutes and then we'll catch up to see if there's any new tweets or anything like that. Alrighty, guys. That's it for the first half of day one. They're not going to have court tomorrow, by the way. So after day one is over, day two is going to start on Wednesday. But let me catch up with some of your guys's comments really quick. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that too, CB. She wasn't on a lot of medication. They said she was on 2 or 3 at most at any given time. Yes. The other thing that the state kept really going over with Patrick was, hey, you're the one who turned in these medications to us, right? This bag of medication to the police department. So it seems like the state went through the medication, was like, hey, Lindsay didn't seem like she was taking a lot of these meds, because some of the meds had like 30 of them in there, but she only took like 7. Or that when she was having sleep issues, she was prescribed this medication 2 months ago, but she had only taken 7. And 2 months afterwards, you're having sleep issues and you're blaming on the medication. Well, you only took 7 of them. It's not a lot. So there's a lot of that argument. And then there's also, one of the biggest ones was when she was, she basically went to the ER so she can she could be in like this like psychiatric hospital. In the lawsuit, she was alleging that she didn't really see anyone. There's no doctor that saw her. It was a holiday, it was like a holiday on a Monday. She was admitted on a weekend, and she kind of just sat there around coloring, and she felt like it was useless. So the state was going through with Patrick, like, hey, did you know that she actually did see a doctor for the first 3 days? Did you know that she was in group therapy? Did you know that she was doing this? She was doing that, she was seeing a mental, what's it called, mental health worker. She was seeing a therapist every day. She was doing like one-on-one therapy with the staff, and Patrick's like, no, I didn't know any of this. And then additionally, it was like, oh, did you know that Lindsay wanted to discharge herself because she wanted to go to your daughter's birthday? And he's like, oh, I didn't know that. So we'll see. Because right now, from what we've heard in the media, Patrick, he does support Lindsay, and Lindsay's family are still supporting Lindsay as well. All right. Did I miss anything else? You're headed back to watch, really? Georgia Cappleman, closing from Charlie Adelson's trial. I love Georgia. Georgia's one of my favorites. She allegedly wasn't taking what she was prescribed. I'm interested to hear what her blood results were. Did she have any meds in her system? He didn't really help her case at all. All right, guys. That's it for now. We did a poll earlier. Did I end the poll already? Oh, so we did a poll earlier with 68 votes. If you guys were here for the opening statements, I did ask you guys, who did you find the most compelling? We have 31% said the state's opening statement was the most compelling, 19% for the defense, 26% said both were good. Okay. And then 24% said none. Now, I know some people are not a fan of the defense attorney. You know, maybe he has like more of like an old school vibe. However, from what I've heard so far, the jurors that are sitting right now, they do skew higher, like towards retirement age. That's what I kept hearing about the breakdown. So we'll probably get more details about the jurors, their age and demographics more from the people that are sitting in the courtroom. So, you know, maybe an old school style attorney might work on these jurors. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Patrick tried his best, you know, to help and be there for his wife. But at the end of the day, he's not a professional therapist, you know. He's just trying to be a supportive husband. So we'll see. All right, guys, we'll be right back. Oh, don't forget to get up and stretch. I'm definitely going to get up and stretch. And where is my image overlay? All right, guys, short break. Oh, wait, why is this all messed up, though? Put this right here. I actually don't have any food downstairs. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll make some eggs. I think that's all I have. People were saying that too. People were saying that Lindsay was not letting, she wasn't giving time for the meds to actually work. But I don't know. Hey guys, hello, hello. They're still on their break, so we're just gonna hang around here for a bit. No, Bloodworth wasn't Donna Adelson's prosecutor. Aren't you watching it right now? Georgia Kappelman was Donna Adelson's prosecutor. Bloodworth is from Corey Richards' trial. I've been okay. Just really tired. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of stuff to do. How about you guys? The heat wave in LA is rough. We're in Vegas this past weekend. They're also having a very abnormal heat wave as well. It was tough. It was like 120 degrees. Oh yeah, how's the doggy nanny life? Any doggy drama? You're saving it for a trip for Japan next year? Oh my gosh, I want to go to Japan so bad, but we keep pushing it off. Oh, in Arizona? Oh man. Yeah, Arizona's tough. I think a lady just moved back to Arizona. Wonder how it is over there. Rachel, I think she would have done, or she would have if she really wanted to. She knew exactly what she was doing. Yeah, you guys are bringing up some really important things. Sorry, my brain's not working today. I'm just super tired. I think we're on like maybe like 40%. 40%. But Yeah, I mean, there is that accusation that's like, well, did you really expect to kill yourself if you threw yourself off a 2-story house? You know, but then the argument could be made that, oh, she was in psychosis, she wasn't thinking properly. The injuries, yeah, I mean, at quick glance, they didn't look that bad to me. I've seen some really crazy deep cuts before, but there is a lot of blood in that one photo. I don't know. I do not know. And then someone else brought up, I don't know if it was Rachel, maybe it was Rachel, but they brought up that, you know, if you're a nurse, you have the training, you know where to cut, you know where to cut that bleeds the most, and where to cut that where, you know, where it's not so bad. But at the same time, the injuries that she got from throwing herself off her house, I mean, they're severe. But some people are saying that, you know, maybe it was an accident. Maybe she wasn't trying to hurt herself that much and she did it accidentally. All right, so far, day one, this courtroom is running a little late. I'm gonna start recording. All right, let's see what's going on in. We'll look at the tweets real quick. Okay, all right, I'm here. Hey guys, what's going on? Different camera angle. All right, let's see what Nate is up to. Nate. Oh, did you guys see this, by the way? New. Brian Koberger is seeking to reopen the Idaho murders case, saying his guilty plea last year was based on false promises and blatant disinformation. Huh. He phoned me from prison saying he was innocent but declining to discuss the evidence against him. Oh man, I wonder if Koberger realizes that being in prison really sucks. I know there was issues with the food, the diet, the noise, and apparently something's up with the prison where it smells like shit, like literal shit. So probably not having a great time. I don't know. Let's see. Did he say anything else? Nothing yet from Nate. Jessica Machado is also there. And guys, let me know if there's anyone else that's in the courtroom. We'll check out their Twitter. Lunch break into 2 p.m. Kathy, I think, is also there. Oh, photos of exhibits. Oh, interesting. I'll save this. Can you guys see this? So we have the different prescriber names on the right side where it says prescriber name. It's like the last 4 column from the left. We have Jennifer Tuff. We have Julie Paul. And then Julie Paul was replaced with Nurse Gelada. There's a doctor here. I don't know if he's from the... Oh, it's from 1019. 1019. Who's John? There's Alia Goodhart. There's another doctor here. 2022, 2023. All right, I'll save this image. Thanks for sharing. I hope we get more photos of the exhibits. J1 prescription list. Yeah, it's hard to... The original photo is pretty blurry. So this is from CVS Pharmacy. CVS Pharmacy. Oh, more exhibit photos. Now, this is the so-called selfie. Oh, this is Brian Koberger's statement. Oh, interesting. Oh, I think they're back. Okay. They are back. Or I hear some noise. Let's see what Hidden True Crime is up to. Let's see. Is that a video maybe? A video in the car. Christina, oh gosh, my camera's shaking. It's not an earthquake, y'all. Christina Rex is there. Oh, so we do have all 18 jurors. Okay. Someone mentioned that one of the jurors like got up and left or something, but they're all here. All right. Well, the camera's shut, but no one's back yet. Yeah, I heard he did a prison tour. I have not seen that yet. Nate actually did a prison tour at the time. There's a prisoner strike going on at the time between the two gangs, and the prisoners there like, oh, they like to flood the toilet. Why? Just to wreak havoc? Ugh. Coworker's going to say the TikTok professor was right. What's the professor? I mean, they're in a lawsuit. Aren't they fucked in their lawsuit right now? The TikTok sidekick? Can you give a backstory of this person, please? I'll do my best. So Lindsay Clancy is on trial right now. She's a mom. Right now she's currently in her mid-30s, but when she murdered the children, this was probably in her like early 30s. She was married to Patrick Clancy. They had 3 young children together, ranging from 8 months to 5 years old. And she had issues with, with postpartum anxiety, maybe depression, maybe even psychosis. We'll see what ends up being proved. But after her 3rd child, she had anxiety about going back to work, didn't want to go back, felt like something was off. She was very depressed, she said, and she was trying to seek help. So she, got medication. She was kind of like trying different cocktails of different things. It wasn't working. She was feeling worse. She wasn't getting good sleep. She was trying to admit herself to hospitals. It seems like she was trying to get help, But it seems like no matter what she did, she wasn't getting the help that she needed. And she had asked her husband to go pick up medication from CVS one day and to pick up a takeout order. So while he does that, he goes to CVS, he calls her, he's like, hey, is this some medication? She calls him back. She's like, yeah, that's the right one. And he goes and picks up the takeout order. He comes back. The house is really quiet. However, he goes upstairs and notices that the bedroom door is locked. So he somehow gets in, the window is open, and he finds his wife laying on the floor, on the ground of the house outside. So he goes outside, calls 911. She's like injured, and he's like, oh, like, I need to find my children. She's like, they're in the basement. So he goes in the basement, and he does find his children. He's on the phone with 911 at this point, and you can hear him. He's like screaming because the 3 children are seemingly deceased. They were all strangled with an exercise band, and they still had the bands around their neck. And so, the EMS arrived, police arrived. They're trying to save the children, and it seems like 2 of the children were already deceased. One child, they were able to get the heartbeat again, but from what I've learned, when my dog Steve died, just getting the heartbeat back, it doesn't really mean anything because sometimes they could already just be dead. And so the child wasn't pronounced officially dead until like 2 or 3 days afterwards. Now, the reason why this case is so interesting is because of all the documentations of how many times she tried to seek help. She was dealing with, severe postpartum depression, apparently. But what they're trying to say for the defense is that she was dealing with postpartum psychosis. It's something that's really rare. I think it only happens in like 1 in like 1,000 women, if I remember correctly. And she's saying that, yes, I killed my children, but I'm not criminally responsible. I tried to get all the help that I could. I didn't know what I was doing. There's a voice that I heard that told me to kill my children, and that it was the only time window that I had, and I had to do it. So, that's basically the gist of it. It's just interesting because a lot of people claim, or not a lot of people, apparently, cases that claim that they are, guilty by reason of insanity, or not guilty by reason of insanity. Apparently those cases are very small and slim, but, when we look at murder cases, we do see them happening quite often because, sometimes it's hard to prove, or sometimes it's already proven that, you're like, there's video footage or evidence that you did it, or, the evidence is overwhelmingly against you. And then people are like, oh, well, I was insane at the time. I didn't know what I was doing, right? And so a lot of us, we call it bullshit. But for this case, it's like, it's a little bit different because it seems like she was trying to get help. We don't know. But there's also a lot of reasons that are, there's also a lot of things out there that are against her. So we'll see. I'm truly very interested about this. Steve, it's okay. Steve is, he comes by, he visits us once in a while, Steve's my little goose. But we don't know the orca. We don't know yet because there's many different ways that you can look at something. So, for example, you could see it as like, she was trying really hard to get all the help that she needed. She tried to, look for different avenues, different medication. She was on top of it. Or people were like, hey, she was just shopping for medication. There's a certain medication that she wanted. She was shopping around. And I don't know. The state alleges that she was just very manipulative and very calculating, and she knew what she was doing, that her life was in order, was tidy, and then when she had children, things were just in disarray, and it was just ruining her life. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. If you look at the comment section, apparently it's like there's a lot of people that do support her. For example, her ex-husband still supports her. Her family still supports her. I don't know about Patrick's side of the family. Maybe we'll see. So that's why this case is very interesting, because we are wondering, is this an actual case of someone who really was having psychosis when they killed their 3 children? Or is she just your typical criminal that just didn't want to be a mother anymore, wanted to off her children and then off herself, and maybe she was resentful towards her husband? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone discuss anything about that, about, maybe there was something going on with their marriage. Maybe she was resentful that he got to work from home and she couldn't. I haven't heard anything about that. The only reason why it came up in my mind was because the children were murdered in the basement and his office is in the basement. I don't know. But it's like, oh, why the basement, right? If you're already going to murder them and the husband's already outside of the house, why the basement? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, really? There's a new murder doc coming out on Netflix for Idaho? Maybe I'll check it out. Also, a lot of people are comparing this case to Andrea Yates. Same thing. Well, same things in terms of in Andrea Yates's case, she killed her 5 children. She drowned all 5 of them, and initially she was found guilty, but her conviction was overturned. And so when she had her second trial, the jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity. Her getting but not taking the meds is so weird to me. I mean, honestly, like, what do you do, right? Let's say you take your medication, you take your, first pill Zoloft, you're like, ooh, I feel weird. You take your second pill, and I don't know about this, man. It's not feeling great. I don't know. I guess, I mean, there has to be directions that come with it where it's like, hey, you have to be taking this for a few days for you to realize whether or not it jibes with you. But some people are just like, hey, I took it and I just realized, like, I can tell right away there's just something off. All right, guys. So court is not back yet, and they're late by 20 minutes. Oh boy. I wonder if this is one of those trials where I can just show up late. I don't think we need to wake up that early. Possibly. Also, it's very hot right now. Oh my gosh. Remy's sitting on my foot right now, so he's like my little foot warmer. It's making my feet very sweaty. Few weeks to months, not days. Yeah, I don't know. I am not too sure. I mean, because, like, are there medications that you would just take and then you're just like, no, I know this is just, like, not right for me? Or, yeah, like, what's the protocol? In the lawsuits, though, they were alleging that the healthcare providers, instead of, because they would give medication to Lindsay, and Lindsay was like, hey, it's not working for me. And so the lawsuit was like, oh, they should have done these, like, plasma, I forgot what it's called, like these plasma something. I think, like, basically they maybe withdraw blood to figure out how you're metabolizing the medication and to understand why it's not working for you. And I was like, oh, I don't know if they actually are that extensive when trying to figure out medication. I think it's more like a trial and error thing. But I don't know, maybe it is. And I figure it's like, hey, let's try this medication. Oh, it doesn't work for you? Okay, well, let's try this one. Or let's, like, up the dose a little bit. My experience with medication has always been like that, but maybe in severe cases when they start analyzing your blood and your metabolism, I don't know. I have no idea. Meds would have taken a while to work. She wouldn't have gotten instant results. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Now, the state did have the bag of medications where they're like, hey, here's the prescriptions that Lindsay got. It seems like she wasn't really taking that many. There's like 30 pills here, but she only took like 7. Or, she took 7.5. But again, we have to look at the full picture of what is everything that she was prescribed, because maybe the bag was missing some of the medication that she did finish, or maybe she didn't finish it. Maybe she threw them away. We don't know. We don't know. Wait, really? You can do a DNA test? Wait, what? Do you see how well you metabolize meds? I just had one done. Wait, what? That's so cool. Also, don't meds like these days can't be dropped immediately either. You have to slowly let them go. It depends on the medication. Yeah, the type of medications that she was on, it was like Seroquel, Quiatipine. What's the SSRI one again? Risperidone, Ativan, Trazodone. The only one that I recognize is Trazodone. I was like, oh, I know. Oh, Zoloft. That was the SSRI. Yeah, what the attorneys are saying, or what the defense attorney is saying, is that she was given medication that was not proper for her diagnosis, and some of these medications end up being very harmful for her. The police took some meds too. You feel like the state? You mean like the government should have more involvement day to day having young children? A lot of people don't want the government in their lives. She never really started talking to them, so she wouldn't have to taper down to stop. I don't know. Pat was basically saying that a lot of these were like telehealth stuff. So I don't know what app she used, but there are some apps where I'm like, hey, I feel this. They're like, okay, what do you want? It's like, yeah, this worked for me in the past. Give me this. I'm like, okay, cool. That's it, But then again, like it's my symptoms were like nothing severe like that. It's like, oh, like I have like a skin thing, or like, oh, like a throat thing or something like that. But I would assume and I would hope that if you're having very severe, symptoms, or if you claim to want to harm yourself or harm your children or other things like that, that even though it's teledoc, that they would be very extensive about your care. But, sometimes you run into people that are not the greatest. Hold on a second. Oh, was I not live? We're still waiting for them. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Oh, sorry. They came back for a bit and then they went away. Hold on. Give me a sorry, guys. I am back. Not this stream. Okay. So they came back briefly. Sorry. I did not have to, I had the video pause, but they're on sidebar again, so something's up. All right, guys, we are back from the lunch break. We're in the middle of Patrick Clancy's testimony, ex-husband of Lindsay, father of the 3 children.
Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if you've got a couple of seconds, the jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
Right this way, sir.
Nancy, I do appreciate you. Someone wrote.
Court, all right.
Hold on, my screen just went dark. What the heck? Oh, it's good now. That's weird. I don't know whose family members these are. She kind of looks like Lindsay. Maybe Lindsay's sister. I don't know if Lindsay has a sister.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. You could have them mark this in its 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
Sir, showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Oh, Cora.
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, could I see it sidebar?
This is gonna be the long sidebar. Oh, poor Cora. So sad. My best friend's daughter was around, or is around, or was around Cora's age when she was alive. I mean, 5-year-olds, they're smart. Even their son, he's like 2.5 years old. So smart. You know, they're like a sponge. You know, people think kids are clueless and stuff like that, but no, kids are very smart. You know, I feel like sometimes people don't give them enough credit. Oh, you know what? Yes, if we could hear from the nannies.
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you exhibit 10, Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you quickly exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate?
I'm guessing that we can probably hear more because the microphone feed is going directly to us. Maybe in the courtroom, she can't really hear how heavy he's breathing. Because from what I'm hearing right now, I'd be like, hey, are you okay? Do you need you need some water? Do you need like a little short break? She probably can't hear all of this right now. I'm guessing.
Their sizes in relation to each other in January of 2023.
Yes.
He was the one that found the children, lived with the defendant, married to the defendant. So I feel like they definitely need his testimony.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party.
Your granddaughter's 3.
Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing happy birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, Did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs.
I mean, the state is trying to show that, like, hey, it seems like she was normal. She was able to participate in these activities. But then, you know, for the defense, they could just say that, like, yeah, she was trying her best to participate in these activities. She loved her kids. You know, why would she kill them?
Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage and video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see you again, sidebar?
All right, I think this is the long sidebar. He's the prosecution's witness right now.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. You submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification, Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14, so marked. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay.
Oh, Dexter's sister. Yeah, she was also in White Chicks too, right? You're right. She kind of does remind me of her.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so. Yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Cod or in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the baby.
There's a note about amount of people giving her benefit of the doubt that they would never give a male family annihilator. Yeah, I mean, I think people find it, I mean, it's already hard for people to grasp that a parent would kill a child, but especially if it's a mother. This has to be the state's case. Yeah, so he's considered a state's witness right now, but I think why maybe some people are calling him like a defense witness is because he has supported Lindsay and still does apparently.
Suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped
Yes, he's technically a state's witness.
swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
Oh, baby Callan.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain
Yeah, the jury's going to see these photos and they're going to be like, how was she able to murder these kids? Maybe she wasn't in the right mind.
clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots
Yes.
and Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139.
He has since remarried.
And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
Typically, from what I've observed, Sherry, they will blur out the images of the children if they're still alive, if they're victims. However, if they're already deceased, you know, they normally will show the photos and videos. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to see this. Like, she's like rocking the stroller back and forth. It looks like she's wiping something off the baby's face. Seems like she cares about them, but I don't know. Weeks later, right? Like, how could you even fathom her murdering the children? I think this could also be helpful for the defense, maybe.
Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
Oh, you know what? I think Court TV has. Oh, they got captions. I'm gonna move over to Court TV. Give me a second.
Schwebach.
Court TV. They got the captions. We love captions.
Cora.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do Court TV instead. Right, where are we? Right around here. All right, guys, we have captions now. Where's Lindsay? She's back here. So initially she was like right here,
We could go to 1406.
holding Callan. I think that's. Oh, wait, is that her? Oh no, Lindsay's wearing a black swimsuit. I think she went over here, maybe. Maybe they're over here. But it seemed like she was over here, holding the baby. I know, this looks like a great park, and to have it indoors, and you can go during the winter time. Looks really fun.
1625.
Yeah, just kidding. I don't know where Lindsay is. I'm assuming maybe they're on the right side. What's the name of this park again?
So
And they get the lazy river.
1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's them going down the slide.
We can go to 1745. But the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please.
Cape Cod, right?
You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time,
I
correct?
think up here.
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. Then move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Oh, let me boost up the audio again. Sorry, it's by tab. All right, let's catch up.
2020.
Okay. All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's it, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
I don't get what the state is trying to prove here. I guess to show the jury that she was normal. She wasn't suffering from anything, not suffering from any mental illness. She was able to interact with her kids, and that it was really her manipulation at the end of the day that, you know, her being manipulative, and what was the other word that they described her as? I forgot. But she had another side of her where she was just tired of being a mom and wanted to kill her kids. But I think these videos show the jurors that, oh, Lindsay looked like she loved her children. You know, she's taking care of them. They're doing activities together.
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Text. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those.
Yeah.
Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor.
I mean, we'll see. They're still building their case, you know. You just gotta be patient.
And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16, did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you a selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
Oh, so cute. Baby Callan. So sad.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
So sad. He's like smiling.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
Okay. And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and we were I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19.
That Lindsay's mom?
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
21 and 22 somewhere.
Sounds like a horror movie with all the high pitched screeching that you can hear.
Published in these. Exhibit 21.
Oh no, we
and
missed it.
Exhibit 22.
Oh.
And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Okay. Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
Had she been diagnosed with anything yet? Trying to remember from the lawsuit. I mean, based off the lawsuit, I think maybe depression. One healthcare provider has suspicions that it was postpartum depression. Maybe like, was it generalized anxiety, maybe? But the trial has not covered any of that yet, so.
Right. This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
Let's see. So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson. And then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940. Where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
Oh no, Adam Lawley. I haven't gotten annoyed of how she asked questions yet.
Be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
No.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you would all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
So this is the day of the murder. Or murderers. So she's texting him. She makes an order to this restaurant that they barely go to, apparently.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
Where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Interesting. I have to look at the layout again. Oh, no, we don't know where the basement door is because the layout doesn't show it. Interesting. So maybe the prosecution is sprinkling there like, hey, she was waiting for him to leave. And the reason why she was hovering by the basement door is because that's where she was planning on murdering the kids. I guess.
Normal.
Counselor, could I see both sidebar here?
All right, what's going on here? Right, sidebar right now. Lindsay's demeanor from every time the camera pans over to her just seems like she just looks really tense. Lots of heavy breathing, trying to control her breathing. A mixture of both. All right, they're in sidebar now. I think it might be... Let's see.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day.
What?
All right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right.
I thought the judge says that we're going a full day because we're off tomorrow. Something must have happened.
So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything
It's okay, Sherry. We're still in the very beginning, day one of trial. You know, we're just absorbing information for now, you know? Don't worry.
that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the
What
same.
do you say? Don't take any road trips? Oh, like don't go visit the house. Okay. I was like, why can't they take a road trip? What if they want to go somewhere and come back really quick?
Same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort, and I'll
What
see you on
the
Wednesday.
heck?
Okay.
Court, all rise. Close the notebook, please. Face one exam.
All right. Massachusetts court. Hey, something must have happened. Something legitimate must have happened. Yeah, the David Barr preliminary. That's not too far away. Could
All
drive
right.
over there. All right, well, we'll do a mini recap, I guess. Not much happened since the lunch break. And then I'll surf around Twitter to see what people tweeted.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh yeah, let me see, Counsel, over here.
Well, he says tomorrow has nothing to do with any of the attorneys or anything like that. So maybe he just has like some sort of scheduling conflict. Ending early today. I don't know. Maybe something happened. Maybe something happened. All right, guys. Well, that is the end of day one. Now, if a lot of you guys are kind of like grappling with whether or not Lindsay, it's her fault that she deserves to be punished, it's okay. It's only day one. We have so much more testimony to listen to, so much more evidence to look at. And I think at this point, like I mentioned earlier, you just sit there and you just absorb all the information, just take some notations. Alrighty, so after the lunch break, we continued with Patrick Clancy's testimony. Again, he is the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy. He has since remarried, but they were married for quite a few years, and they have 3 children together. Where they picked off, they showed photos of the children. They showed Lindsay participating in, some social gatherings. Lindsay wanted to leave early after self-admitting herself into the hospital for a few days, and she wanted to be there for her daughter's birthday. So she gets out, there's a video of her at her daughter's birthday, her and her daughter Cora. Then we see some photos and videos of her at the, family outings, and the prosecution did ask Patrick that, would you check up on her every day? And he's like, yeah, I would ask her how she's feeling. Did she sleep? If she felt suicidal, and she said no. Apparently she was sleeping a little bit better, but she was still struggling. And Lindsay said that, she didn't tell him that she had thoughts of harming children again. So it seems like maybe things were improving. They went to this like family and science museum together. Lindsay was able to interact with the children, and he was hopeful. It seemed like she was getting better. They go to another, oh, hello there. They go to, he goes to brunch with friends. Lindsay encourages him, and she was able to stay home and take care of the children alone. And there's Cape Cod where they go to this pool thing, and like she's like going down the slides with the children. She's holding the youngest child, Callan, and seems like things were, getting on track and things were getting better. Now, I wonder if the state might have some evidence or something that shows that maybe Lindsay attempted to or considered murdering her children before and decided not to go through with it. Maybe there was hesitation. I don't know. We'll have to see, because there are some times, like for example, when Lindsay encouraged Pat to go on this brunch and she like sends photos to the kids and all that stuff. I wonder if she was fine that day, or maybe she considered and then she didn't want to go through with it, and it kept getting pushed and delayed. But I don't know. I have no idea. These are just things that are going in my head. These are the things that I'm thinking about. At some point, Lindsay's parents decided to come by and visit. They were there for a few days. The family goes to their friend's house. You know, they're roasting marshmallows. But he did say that Lindsay, you know, she was kind of quiet. She did interact a little bit, but she was quiet. I do remember seeing I think it was in the police reports where they actually did interview the Carneys, and they said that Lindsay was just like kind of like on her phone the entire time, very quiet, kept to herself. We go to the day before the murders. Cora, the child, had, you know, stomach issues from returning from school. And so they had an appointment scheduled. But the state did mention saying that, like, oh, well, did you know that she already had an appointment scheduled, that it wasn't made that day? And Pat's like, oh, I didn't know that. On Tuesday, Jan 24th, Cora goes to the doctor at 8 a.m. Lindsay takes Cora, and they're exchanging photos. You know, Patrick said that he was, you know, Dawson was able to dress himself completely that day. He was very proud. He, you know, took photos and sent it to Lindsay. Lindsay takes a picture of Cora, sends it to Patrick, and, you know, she was able to text back and forth. She seemed like she was lucid, didn't seem like she was rambling or anything like that. Lindsay gets home, Patrick gets ready for work, and again, he is working from home. So while he's in the basement, you know, at his office, the children and Lindsay were upstairs. They're building a snowman. They're doing art projects together. Lindsay's sending photos, and he'll periodically check, you know, once or twice. It was a very busy day at work. And when it gets towards the late evening or early evening, late afternoon, Lindsay's like, hey, you know, I didn't cook anything. Do you want to get takeout? So she orders from a restaurant called 3V. Now, there was mentioned that they don't really order from this place. They've only been there about 3 times, but usually if they order takeout, it's at Chestnut Grill or Weston Grill. I mean, honestly, like sometimes you crave something and sometimes you're just like, hey, you know, I want to try this restaurant that I haven't tried in a while. I don't know if it's really that important, but I guess what would be important would be how far is 3V restaurant than, for example, the Chestnut Grill or the Weston Grill, the other restaurant that they frequent more often. Maybe 3V is more further, and maybe that's why Lindsay wanted to go eat there. It hasn't been mentioned yet, I don't think, but I think it was mentioned in opening statements that Lindsay checked to see how long it would take to drive to 3V. So maybe she was trying to figure out how much time she had. But I mean, honestly, going to CVS and going to 3V restaurant, it's not like they were like 30 minutes away. You know, like with the case of Letitia Stout, right? When she went to PetSmart or whatever, where's it, Petco? She went to like one of the furthest Petco that she can go to within like, I think she went to a Petco that was like, what, 30 to 45 minutes away. There were ones that were closer. So, or like, for example, did Lori Vello do the same thing? She went to Burger King, and where else did she go again? She went to like Walgreens or something. I actually don't know if those were like really far, but it seems like the CVS wasn't really that far. The 3V restaurant wasn't really that far. It was all within like a 9-minute radius. But yeah, I guess we should see how far Chestnut Grill and Weston grows. I guess I could do that right now. Let's see. Let's go visit the Google Maps. Because the state is saying that she premeditated this. She wanted to murder the kids, and she wanted Patrick outside of the house, and that's why she sent him out on these errands. And that she was calculating how long it took for him to drive there. Let me see if I have the address for that place. Google Map. Let's see. Questions, comments, anything so far, guys? I'll be reading your comments in a bit. Let me just put this address in. 47 Summer Street in Duxbury. Duxbury, Massachusetts. All right, let's see if these restaurants are even around anymore. We have 3V. Oh, 3V restaurant. Okay, so 3V is about 13 minutes drive. All right. What about the other ones? We have 3V. We have Chestnut Grill, Massachusetts. Chestnut Grill is... Huh? Chestnut Grill. Hello? Chestnut Grill. How long to Chestnut Grill? Chestnut Grill is a 5 minutes drive. And then Weston Grill, Massachusetts. Maybe they went out of business. Ooh, okay. I don't see a Weston. Weston? West Inn? West End Grill, Massachusetts. No. West End Grill, Duxbury, Massachusetts. Let's see. Oh, West End Grill. West End Grill. What about here? Okay. All right, I'll show you guys what I'm working on. We have, so that's their house right there, 47 Summer Street. 3V restaurant is, oh, I'm blocking it. I'm sorry. I'm in the way. Or you get out of the way. Which camera do I use? This one? This one. Okay. So 3V restaurant is all the way down here. Now it looks far. It's about 12 minutes drive. 12, it's I think 13 minutes drive, right? Okay. However, Chestnut Grill on the right side is about a 5 minutes drive, and this looks even more closer. So if we were to do West End Grill from Summer, that is about a 2-minute drive. Okay. So the restaurants that they frequent more often are a lot closer. So the argument that the state can make is that she made a calculated move to send Patrick off to a restaurant that's 13 minutes away. I mean, round trip, I guess, would be like 26 minutes. CVS is, I don't know where the CVS is. Oh, I want to say CVS is like around here. Let's see where CVS is. CVS. Duxbury? CVS is, so let's see, CVS and then the 3V restaurant. So CVS is right here on the way. So Patrick would have to go from here to CVS and then to 3V. So yeah, I mean, round trip, right? 13 minutes, 26 minutes, and then plus going to CVS to pick up the medication, about almost an hour maybe. So the state is arguing that she was very calculating when she sent him off. Hey, Shaniqua, hello. Oh, it's so good to see all these faces again. It's been a while since we streamed. Good to see you guys. How are you? Hello, hello. She could have told Patrick at any point she didn't feel safe around the kids. She did not. One thing that speaks against narcissists is the attempted suicide. Narcissists, to my knowledge, by and large, wouldn't do that because they're so convinced of how utterly precious they are. I don't know. The defense attorney was addressing some claims made by the police that she tried to carefully slide down the side of the house and maybe she accidentally just fell and just like severely hurt herself. But I don't know, man. Like, the injuries that she sustained, I wonder if she just jumped out, meaning jumped out, added a little bit more height, and then end up eventually landing on the ground where it was probably frozen. You feel bad for Patrick? I know. I feel so bad for Patrick. He is remarried, you know? It's hard to forget. It's 3 children. You went through the pregnancy of the 3 children, the birth, and yeah, they're like little human beings with the personalities, you know? It's tough. But yeah. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. That's a tough one. All right, so now that we've mapped that, let's go back to my recap. What was I saying again? So Lindsay was like, hey, you know, let's get takeout. She orders from the 3V restaurant. She was able to, I guess, coherently order, assuming she called it. And I guess you could also do an online order as well. They're texting back and forth about, you know, what each person is eating. Someone got a Mediterranean power bowl. Sounds healthy. Someone else got a scallop and pork belly risotto. Patrick says he went upstairs and he said goodbye to the kids, you know? Said goodbye to Callan, said goodbye to Cora. Dawson was eating chicken nuggets on the couch. But the state did say this, like, hey, where was Lindsay standing when you're leaving? And he said that she was standing at the doorway. And she's like, yeah, which doorway? Well, the doorway in the living room by the basement door. So I think that's like, you know, little jabs that the state is making, poking that Lindsay was ready to, you know, get it started. She's going to wait by the basement door so she could bring her kids there and then murder them down there. So what I'm really interested to see is that, did she have resentment towards her husband? Was there any other issues happening in their marriage? You know, maybe she felt like she had to be the caretaker and her husband was working and that his life was easier. I don't know. Maybe not, because based off like the pictures, the testimony of the husband so far, videos, it seems like things were fine, but you know, you never know. We'll have to see. We'll see if there's any evidence that backs it up, or, you know, sometimes people just internalize it. Sometimes you don't diary it. Sometimes you don't Google search it. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna definitely get into the Google searches that she did make. There were some posts that she made on Reddit as well, trying to, seek out for the depression that she was feeling. But yeah, and then that's it. The court ended early today at like 3 p.m. After telling us that they're gonna go to 4 p.m. because we have the day off tomorrow. So I don't know what happened. I'm just wondering, are we gonna be getting the the Massachusetts court where it's like, hey, we're just gonna take long breaks and we're gonna show up late and we're just gonna end early, or we're just gonna have like a day off tomorrow. It's Friday. Let's just end at 2 p.m. I don't know, we'll see. Let's see. Rain says my theory is postpartum extreme attachment towards kids. She was getting anxious about going to work, leaving the kids at home. Yeah, that's what Patrick said. Patrick was saying that, hey, she was anxious about going back to work, and it seems like he was really trying to clear the air that it wasn't because she didn't want to work, it was because she was attached to the kids. She was anxious about that. I do, however, need more info. Maybe she's too protective. Was there friction with the nanny? Yeah, we have so many questions. So now that we know that they did have a nanny, there were 2 nannies that worked with them since they had the 3 kids. However, they did let go one of the nanny, and I want to know whose decision was it to let go of that nanny? Because Patrick did say that, they let go of the nanny because Lindsay was going to be home. She's not returning to work and she's going to be home. She's going to take care of the kids. Did Lindsay want to get rid of the nanny? Maybe she didn't. I don't know. We have a lot of questions, a lot of questions. But so far, a lot of the information that we've gathered so far are from the 2 lawsuits that have been filed against the healthcare providers, the companies, and the police reports that's been released to the public. So that's pretty much it. All right, guys. I guess that's it for today. Thinking, should I do I don't know, we'll see. I'll take a look at the footage today. Maybe we'll do a mini day 1 recap or something like that. But yeah, I will see you guys on Wednesday morning. We're off tomorrow. I have to finish the court Richmond sidebar, although one of the sidebar days there's like barely any sidebars, and then there's absolutely no sidebars on the day when they did closing arguments. So pretty much wrapping up with the court Richmond stuff, but that's pretty much about it. I saw there was an update with Sarah Boone. I didn't have a chance to work on that because I was so busy like the past 2 weeks. So there is an update with Sarah Boone. The state responded to Sarah Boone's for her wanting an appeal or a new trial. And yeah, I think that's it. All right, guys. I will see you guys Wednesday, bright and early. Courtney Clancy Trial, I would love to. Her trial's been pushed so many times, but I think right now her trial is scheduled for, what is it, next month? We'll have to see. Let's see. Courtney Clancy. Oh, wait. Oh, gosh. She's going to clash with this trial? Oh, her trial's supposed to start next week. Oh. Well, then. I don't know about that. We'll have to see. Huh. I don't know. Oklahoma pediatrician. Oh, I think I saw that. Oklahoma pediatrician who killed her daughter by smothering and then faked it as drowning. Was she like Middle Eastern or Asian, right? I think I remember seeing a thumbnail. She had extreme attachment issues. Interesting. Oh, is it pushed to August 16th? Oh, yeah, because jury selection is probably going to take some time over there. Well, anyways, we haven't live streamed in a while. It's good to see you guys again. I'm very, very tired, and I will see you guys on Wednesday. If you guys are new here, feel free to subscribe. Stop by the live streams again. Say hello. Join the Discord if you guys want to. We do have a Discord where the notifications are usually pretty great on there, so I highly recommend that. But for YouTube, have your notifications on, turn on the bell, and other than that, guys, I will see you on Wednesday. We'll see if we can get more information on the David preliminary hearing. I think because there's so many people on the ground that's covering it, there's a lot of other sources. But if we, ever get our hands on the transcript, that'll be very interesting. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, have a good one. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Go outside, get some fresh air. I don't know. Go do something fun. Go cook or something. Go knit. Do some laundry. I don't know. Take a walk. But I will see you guys and have a good day. See you later. Get some good sleep. It's really hot in my room. Oh man, it's so hot in here. I'm dying. I'm dying. Where is the stream? Oh, it's on this side.